Well, a good evening to you. Thanks for checking in here on Fox Local. I'm Fox 26 meteorologist John Dawson, and we've got some strong storms moving through the Houston area, and strong enough, as a matter of fact, that we have a severe thunderstorm watch issued by the National Weather Service. And in addition to that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for several of our counties. So glad you're checking in here with us. We're going to spend a few minutes talking about the scenario that's out here before us, and also kind of dive into things. But before, let me show you that severe thunderstorm warning real quick, and then I do want to show you some live video that we also have from the Huntsville area. So I'm going to jump up to the northern counties here where we have this severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be the orange box that you see. That's going to include Montgomery County. It's also going to include Walker County, Grimes County, and San Jacinto County, just barely kind of clipping into San Jacinto County at the moment. But this is be the northern portions of Montgomery County, southern portions of Walker County, over into Grimes County as well. Correction there, over in the Grimes County. And this is going to be primarily because of the potential for some strong winds, straight line winds up to 60-mile-an-hour gusts could be within this storm system. Large hail is another threat that is a concern with this particular system. So as we're watching this, again, we're looking at a strong storm that's moving basically from the west to the east at about 45 miles an hour. Let me just sort of give you a quick little look at what we're talking about within this line of storms, as we're expecting it to be moving about 45 miles an hour. And so if you're in Montgomery, you're going to be looking at this finding you in about 5 minutes. New Waverly is about 18 minutes away. Panorama Village about 21 minutes away, and then the city of Willis itself is looking about 21 minutes as well, as far as that storm that's going to be headed that way. I do want to go ahead and take a look at some video that we have, a live camera that is up in the Huntsville area. So this is some of those heavy downpours that we're seeing already begin to move through, and you could tell, yeah, this has got some wind that's kind of mixed in there quite a bit. Wow, I think we kind of clicked on this picture just at the right time to really begin to see this getting a little bit more aggressive. Our photographer, Raymond, is up there in Huntsville providing this image for us. Is parked, I'm told, in a safe location and is not trying to drive around or anything in this storm. Looks like we're going to make that adjustment a little bit to the camera and see some of the trees that are blowing in that wind that's up there. And as I mentioned, these heavy downpours with some strong winds, and can't rule out the possibility of some hail as well, kind of being mixed in with these storms that we're seeing across the area. So I'm going to give Raymond a chance to kind of settle back down for just a minute. Let's get back into the radar. We'll get back to some more video, some more images here in just a minute, but I do want to review again the current severe thunderstorm warning is going to be really focused on Grimes County and Montgomery County. Got a little bit of Walker County, a little bit of San Jacinto County in there as well. We're concerned about the strong winds and the possibility of some hail. So gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour, and again, even some large damaging hail. So let me take a minute and just sort of get this into motion here for us. Back this out just a little bit, give us an opportunity to kind of look around at what this line of storms is doing. This is about 30 minutes that we're going to back this up. And this line of storms started over in central Texas, raced across to our friends over in San Antonio and Austin, blew through there during the 9 o'clock hour, and then has continued to move at about 45 miles an hour, and already beginning to clear the College Station area, at least with the strongest of the storms. There's some other storms that are sort of a secondary line back behind it that we're seeing now. And now we're getting these storms into Montgomery County, just beginning to get to the very edge of northwest Harris County. And if you're in the Sealy area, get ready. You're getting lined up next for some of these storms. We've talked about it. They're moving about 45 miles an hour, so that's going to put them through our area pretty quick here within the next couple of hours. The biggest focus that we have right now is that one severe thunderstorm warning that is for the northern portions of Montgomery County, as well as some of Grimes County. And you'll notice that the city of Conroe not included officially in that warning, but I could tell you that you should also expect some gusty winds as well as some some very heavy rainfall once that system begins to sort of move into the area a little bit. Let's go ahead and time out some of those storms as well for that particular area. If we're sort of looking generally about with this particular system, looks like this will include the Woodlands here pretty quick. As Magnolia, it's basically on top of you. Sterling Ridge, you got about 16 minutes till we're going to see that strongest of those storms begin to get to you a little bit. Tomball about 15 minutes away. Creekside Park about 19 minutes away. So we've got, again, lots of opportunity here for some of these stronger storms to be leaving their impacts across the area. I want to take a look a little bit into a few more details here as far as what our radar imagery can provide. We can kind of get an idea of some of the strongest winds, and some of that is in the warned area, but even just to the south of where the warned area is, we see some stronger winds here. These brighter greens representing some radar estimated speeds on the winds that are headed through there. Could be as high a gust of up to 60 miles an hour on some of those. So we'll continue to watch the wind damage as being our main concern as we're moving through. I do also want to look at the possibility of some hail that we've been looking at. This actually is not showing a whole lot of hail that's been falling in that, which I'm a little bit surprised. I would have thought that would have been a little bit higher. But again, back to the radar and what we've been seeing here with some of those storms as they're moving in, continuing to move from the west to the east. And that's one severe thunderstorm warning that we have in there. Let's pop on our lightning counter to kind of see where some of the lightning is also popping up. You can see about 364 strikes in the last 15 minutes. It looks like Huntsville, Walker County, seeing the bulk of the lightning that's across the area. I'm going to animate this one more time here for us, and you can kind of see how those strong storms are moving through. Be watching that line just to the west of Trinity. That's going to be bringing some stronger storms as well. Just getting an update here from the National Weather Service, talking about those storms that are going to be moving into, let's see, northwest Montgomery County, San Jacinto County, Chambers, all those areas that we've been focused on here for the last few minutes. Basically, all along that front for this boundary, this is where we're kind of looking at the National Weather Service looking for the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and get us a little bit closer into Huntsville. I wonder if we've got Raymond's camera back up again. We do not have Raymond's camera. Okay, he's probably going to make sure that he's staying safe up there, and we're glad about that. We want to make sure that that's the case for anybody that we've got out there. So this is really what we want to talk about, not the time to be heading out. If you're across the Houston area, if you're in a safe place, I think you probably ought to stay where you are unless you've got just a quick little trip that you need to make or just sort of moving from one spot to another, as this line of storms is certainly going to make driving going to be difficult, not something that we want to see a whole lot of people out and about and moving in as this line of storms is moving across the Houston area. I did want to mention that our entire area is under that severe thunderstorm watch. So let me go ahead and make some adjustments here so we can pull that up and take a look at it. That watch is all of our counties here that are in yellow. And officially that's going to be expiring at 5 a.m. With the speed that these storms are moving through, we might have most of that cleared by 5 a.m. These continue to hold their speed. I was expecting perhaps things to slow down just a little bit. I think we'll still have an active radar through some of the morning hours, but we're definitely looking at this strongest line of storms to keep moving, and it's going to be blasting on through here pretty quick. And we talked about a lot of some of that area to the north is already beginning to see some of those. So switched off the watch here so we can get a little better idea of what we're looking at with this particular severe thunderstorm warning. So let me wrap things up here by just kind of a quick review. Currently, the most concerned area is within this orange box, this shading, which is basically the northern section of Montgomery County, a little bit of the southern portions of Walker County, and a little bit of San Jacinto County as well. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go until midnight. So as long as things kind of remain as they are now, I don't think I'll jump back on at midnight. But if things fire back up again or get a little bit worse, we'll be sure and come back in and keep you updated with what's happening. I want to make sure, hopefully, you've downloaded the Fox 26 weather app. It's a great way to stay updated. And of course, Fox Local, that's another app you can download for your phone and for your smart TV, getting all of those alerts and kind of keeping up with what the weather is doing, especially in a time like this when we have the potential for some severe storms moving across our area. As I mentioned, I'll keep you updated as we need to, but I'll let you get back to our regular programming for now, and we'll check back in if we need to later on this evening. Well, good evening. I'm Fox 26 meteorologist John Dawson. Wanted to jump on here and just let you know there are some strong storms moving across the Houston area right now. It's been so quiet this afternoon, and these storms are roaring into the area. I don't want you to be surprised or caught off guard. We're going to be seeing this within the next hour really move in to the Houston area. So let's get a look at things. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service, and it includes a big area, and that includes the downtown metro area as well. So you'll notice that large orange box that we're looking at here that includes Conroe, the Woodlands, and downtown Houston, back over to Cypress. This whole area is the severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. So remember, a warning means it's time to take action. When you hear the word watch, it means that everything's there, everything's possibility. You need to be kind of aware of what's happening. But once you hear the warning, then that means it is time to take action. So our main concern within this warned area is damaging winds, straight line winds. So we're advising you to get away from windows, move towards an interior room, because if the winds start picking up and potentially as gusts as high as 60 miles an hour, maybe your window can handle that, but once some debris could be possibly flying through the air, then it hits your window, then that could be some problems. So again, the messaging here is that there's some damaging winds possible, and that you should move away from windows towards an interior room if possible. Ground floor is always the best idea as well. Large hail, another possibility. So being outside right now, not a good idea. Driving, not a great idea through this area as this very strong line of storms begins to move its way into the Houston area. There's a lot of counties that are technically within this warned area. It includes Montgomery County, Liberty County, San Jacinto County, Austin County, Harris County, and Waller County. The bulk of the actual warning, though, is for the southern half of Montgomery County, the northern half of Harris County, and I would go ahead and say that western edge of Liberty County is also where that storm is headed. It's not there yet, so that's what I'm talking about. If you're in the Woodlands right now, it's so quiet, you might be able to see some lightning off in the distance to the west, but these storms are going to come moving through quite quick. We have one of our photographers out that was in the Huntsville area earlier, and now I believe is on Interstate 45 and driving south, and so we're going to check in and see if we've got an opportunity to see what our camera looks like there out in the storms. Oh, not driving. Good. That's actually a much better plan. I'm glad to see that. I was afraid that that's probably that is what was happening, but good. We're parked on the side of the road. We're safe. We've got a dash camera, so we're not even trying to hold the camera or anything. I believe we must still be in the Huntsville area, and there is all the lightning and the heavy downpours that we're dealing with in some of those storms. So glad our photographer there, Raymond, is playing it safe, parked, giving us some images, giving us some idea of what it looks like out there. Again, this is in, I believe, the Huntsville area, the Walker County area, and these strong lines of storms are going to continue to move through very quickly. So let's get back to the map here and just say there is one other, a separate severe thunderstorm warning. That's this separate box that you can see for the northern portions of Montgomery County. Right now, that's set to expire in 5 minutes. At midnight, we're going to see this severe thunderstorm warning expire. The way things are going, I certainly would not be surprised if that gets reconfigured and then reposted again. Maybe the winds have begun to not show as much aggressiveness in that particular part of the storm, so they might let that expire, and maybe that's why we've got this other larger area that we're looking at that includes Harris County and the downtown Houston area. And I want to go ahead and get a little bit of a closer look at what we're talking about with this particular storm here, and I'm just going to go ahead and draw this out in the entire warned areas that we currently see. These storms are moving at about 45 miles an hour. So this is a pretty quick movement as they're, excuse me, as they're moving through And we talked about Conroe and the Woodlands and Willis. All of these areas are less than 20 minutes away from seeing the bulk of this storm system with these gusty winds. So Magnolia, it's almost on top of you there. You got 4 minutes till the heaviest of the storms arrive. Willis, 13 minutes. Tomball, 18 minutes. Conroe, 19 minutes. These storms are going to continue to move through. Again, very strong winds, heavy downpours. We've talked about the lightning that's mixed in there as well. So all of these threats and the possibility of hail also. I don't think that that's as favored as what I was saying earlier, but we're certainly going to be looking at some of these storms very strong moving through. And I want to go ahead and animate this here for you just to kind of see, kind of get an idea of what this looks like as how quickly these storms are moving. I'm going to back this out just a little bit, and you can see that even further south of Interstate 10, that line is still fairly held together. It's a little more ragged, not quite as organized, but it does look like that's going to continue to move into Wharton County and eventually into Fort Bend County. Right now, not included in the warned area, but we are seeing those stronger storms. Well, the National Weather Service has reoriented that warning that I was talking about, and I guess they haven't waited till the first one expires before they issue the next one. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some of the wording here that we're looking at on this brand new one that you see popping up. Let me go ahead and just put a highlight on that for you. That one specifically in the Polk County area. At 11:57, the severe thunderstorm was located on a line extending from Huntsville to Montgomery, moving at about 40 miles an hour. The threats are going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds as well as some penny-sized hail. All of this is radar estimated or indicated, and as always, the idea here is to move into a safe place. Expect that there could be some damage to your siding or your roofs, and of course some trees. And if the trees get knocked down, then of course there's a possibility of that power outage. And so if you've got some of your backup batteries, make sure that those are charged so that you are ready to have some power in case you were to lose some because of these damaging winds that are moving through. So that new warning, we'll get a look at it closer here in just a second, is going to be Montgomery, Walker, Liberty, San Jacinto, Polk, and Trinity. So it's kind of reconfigured a little bit. I'm going to zoom in so we can see what we're talking about. So what's going to happen is this warning here is going to expire at midnight, and then they've reset it with this larger box, and it's the same threats that we've been talking about with the damaging winds, the large hail as a possibility. We'll call it medium-sized hail, perhaps, possibility. Some of the pictures we've seen on the internet lately of some hailstones have been gigantic, but this is going to be more in the penny-sized hail size is kind of what we're looking at as these storms are moving through. Huntsville is in Willis, Livingston, Shepherd, all of those seeing those storms as they're continuing to move through the area at the moment within that warned area. So this is a little less of an organized line, more of a little bit of a cluster or two of these storms that are kind of embedded within this warned area. And we'll watch and see the flow. I want to see what direction. Still pretty much due west to east, and a lot of lightning though that's mixed in there with some of those storms as well. So I'm going to keep kind of bringing that even a little tighter in to kind of look at that lightning count. 375 lightning strikes. Cold Springs has just a ton of lightning happening around it right now, and then even a little bit in between those areas right between Trinity County, San Jacinto County and Walker County, also just seeing a lot of lightning kind of mixed in there with some of those storms for sure. Back down into the Houston area, we're not seeing the storms right now in downtown Houston, but here we can see they've already begun to reach Cypress, quite a bit of lightning as well. And we're going to continue to watch them start to move into the Woodlands area. Got our camera up once more. It looks like Raymond is on the move once again, and still quite a bit of lightning. You see all the rain that's happening. We'll get maybe a chance to let that video go full just to see here. We're on I-45 South, it looks like, if I just read that sign correctly, or maybe we're about to get on it. Let me see if I can recognize where we are. I've spent a little time down in the Huntsville area. Yeah, I think we're about to get on 45. I think we're on Highway 19 right now, and we're coming to the end of Highway 19 where it joins in to Interstate 45. Yep, that's where we are here, and we're going to continue to head south. So that's Veterans Memorial Boulevard that's off to the right there. We're going to probably stick left and get on 45. Make sure that Raymond's going to be traveling safely here as we're getting onto the road with a lot of water that's been put down. So may always want to monitor our speeds when we're on the road like this, and as well as some of those strong winds that are going to be blowing out there, both hands on the wheel. And as we mentioned, Raymond's not trying to operate the camera. That's going to be a dash cam there that we're looking at. So let's get a little bit of a closer look exactly where our camera is right now. Watch out for the big truck moving in. We can see that we were on Highway 19. So right about here is where our camera is currently located, and beginning to again trek on down and move down Interstate 45 a little bit. So here's approximately where our camera is. Let me get these lighting out of here just a minute. Here's the camera. We're going to get on 45, start headed down, and that's where we're going to see some stronger storms. So want to make sure that everybody's being safe there on the travels if you've got to be out and moving around right now. We'll back this out and see where we're looking at, kind of review the two main severe thunderstorm warnings that we have issued right now. Right in the southern portions of Montgomery County into Harris County, a little bit of Liberty in there as well. That's one of the severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be until 12:45. Both these warnings are actually until 12:45. And then the northern half of Montgomery County into most of Walker County, into Trinity and San Jacinto County and Polk County, all of those also included. So this is San Jacinto. We've got Trinity up here and Polk over a little further towards Lake Livingston. And all of these also have that same warning until 12:45. So we'll see as these continue to move on through. I did mention those back down here to the south of Interstate 10, not quite as organized of a system, but we still have that line. It's going to continue to move through, just taking its time a little longer to get here, and we'll see how these storms continue to roll through. I'm going to go ahead and do one more review of this storm system on what we're looking at and sort of time this out for us. And it looks like we're not quite getting to the downtown Houston area, but the Woodlands, about 2 minutes away from this storm system really beginning to make its impact on you, and then getting into the Houston area as well as we're seeing some of those storms. Let me see if I can get that to pop back up again. There's our time. Town Center, Grugan's Mill, that's all in the Woodlands area, where those in Montgomery County is where those times are moving in quite soon across the area. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and take a break here and let you kind of get back to our normal programming. I think you're updated with what's happening right now. This warning goes until about 12:45. I think probably if there's any major changes, we'll check back in before 12:30. Otherwise, I'll be back on around 12:30, maybe 12:45 to kind of give you an update on where these storms are, see what the latest is. But right now, the messaging is make sure you stay where you are if you're in a safe place. Move away from windows with these damaging winds. Be ready for some hail as a possibility as well. And because we think there could be power outages with all the strong winds, if you have some backup power systems, take a minute to prep those if you can, like charging those batteries, and then you'll be ready for whatever this might be bringing your way. All right, we'll let you go for now. We'll be back as needed for the rest of the evening. Well, a good very early morning to you. I'm Fox 26 meteorologist John Dawson. Wanted to jump on here and give you an update on those strong storms moving across our area. Some of them have a severe thunderstorm warning that are attached to them as well. So possibly not just strong, but severe storms. Remember, definition of a severe storm is if it has a tornado, which is not the case on our storms that we have right now. Damaging winds as well as large hail. Those are the three things that are taken into consideration when we talk about a severe storm. So we're looking at possibilities of having wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour with some of these storms that are moving across the area, and the potential for up to penny-size hail, which that hail isn't an inch would be required for that to be considered severe, but still penny-sized hail could cause some damage, and those gusty winds certainly could as well. And we're receiving a lot of information about power outages, and we've got tower cams that we can look at. We've got one of our photographers who was driving back from the Huntsville area as well is on 45. And so let's start, though, with a quick look at the severe thunderstorm warnings that we're having across the area right now. We basically have two large areas that are covered within those severe thunderstorm warnings. And we're going to start with the one that includes the downtown Houston area. That's this orange box that we've got right here. Officially, this is going to go until 12:45, so about 14 minutes left on this warning. And then that includes, again, the majority of Harris County and over a little bit into the edge of Liberty County. Up to the northeast we go to Trinity County, San Jacinto County, as well as Polk County. Those areas are also under a different severe thunderstorm warning. The time of expiration is still the same, 12:45. So got, again, about that 13 or 14 minutes left in that warned area. And you could tell when we start getting to the end of our warned areas when the bulk of the storms are within the warned area. Normally they try to warn out ahead of that. The motion is going to be from the west to the east on these particular storms. I'm going to go ahead and turn on our lightning counter so you can kind of get an idea of some of this stormier weather and where that's coming from. So I mentioned we had a photographer who was driving back from Huntsville, was up there covering some stories this evening, and then we've been able to use the camera on his truck as we're coming back. Again, this is a dash cam, not trying to video and drive at the same time. Raymond doing an excellent job using some safe driving skills there to make his way south back to the downtown Houston area. I'm guessing we're in the Conroe area right now. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see if we can tell what this sign says. Looks like Fraser. Yeah, that's in the Conroe area. So we're in Conroe, driving south safely, and those showers and storms are sort of on the edge. I think Raymond is going to start driving into some heavier rain here as he continues to move to the southern half of the Conroe area and more into the woodlands where we're seeing some of that. So we could take a look at the map and see kind of what I'm talking about as far as where our photographer is right now, traveling from Conroe down to the woodlands, sort of on the edge of the storm. So most of those storms have moved over to the east side of 45 right now, over into the Montgomery County area. So Roman Forest, Splendora, up on 59 there, you're getting lined up for some of those stronger storms right now. Spring, Aldine, still looking at some very strong storms. Jersey Village, you're right in the middle of it. And then as we get back down here into the Houston area, we've got basically the northwest corner is where we're seeing the stronger of the storms right now, from Interstate 10 north up into the 610 loop is the strongest of those storms that we're looking at the moment. So I do want to back out and just talk about the power outages for just a moment, because I know that's going to definitely be impacting some people. I think Montgomery County is who's getting the hit the hardest with that. Do we have a source to look at for the power outages? I could pull that up on my map. I just didn't know if we had something that we could take a look at as well. I'm just going to go ahead and pull it up on the map. Okay, so this is the official CenterPoint readings here, and it looks like we are up over 100,000 at this point, 110,000 people without power right now. And as we expected, with these gusty winds, that's going to start blowing some stuff around. And, you know, always have a limb or something that'll fall, or perhaps a tree that can fall. So many of our power lines are above ground, and those are impacted by these windy events like this. So as this line of storms is blowing through, we're going to see that potential for some of that to continue to happen with some of the power that's moving across the area. So let me go ahead, and I'm going to take a minute here and just pull this up on what I can show you, just to kind of give an idea. I'll be perfectly honest, this is not always the best reliability, but it kind of gives us an idea of where we're seeing the highest number of those power outages. So our little map here at the top will show you, our little key at the top will show you that the yellow shading is less than the orange. So the orange is where we're seeing the most, and my computer estimating 36,000 people without power who were in Montgomery County. Again, I don't always just trust these numbers to be perfectly accurate. I think CenterPoint's map will probably be more accurate. But again, just sort of to show you the idea of what's happening here, about 22,000 people in Harris County could be without power right now. And then you throw in a few other counties here. Numbers are a little bit lower, but we do have possibly as much as 2,000 in Grimes County, Walker County with 1,000. Looks like Livingston area about 700, and another 1,000 for the folks in San Jacinto County. So all of our counties, or many of our counties, are starting to deal with some of those power outages. And I would say Montgomery County with 36,000 is the largest. These are estimates from my weather computer here. This is not a hard, fast number that we're looking at as far as those are concerned. All right, let me go ahead and get those warnings turned back on, because I am expecting an update perhaps from the National Weather Service as far as these warnings that are going to be until 12:45. It looks like they canceled one for Waller County and Austin County, so that was going to be one that was a little bit further to they've sort of trimmed it up a little bit. They moved Waller and Austin out of the warned area, but I think we still have the same time of expiration. So we'll see if we're still talking here in a minute. We continue to see our photographer's video there in the bottom corner of our screen as we're moving down 45 South. Plenty of rain still. Looks like it has, in fact, gotten a little bit heavier. A little bit of lightning still that's happening out there. Good job being safe on the roads, Raymond, with his navigation there, moving back down towards home. Again, our photographer was up in the Huntsville area covering a story, and then has slowly made its way now back down south on Interstate 45, headed back into the Houston area. You saw that lightning in the distance as well. So the one thing I do want to point out when we get back to our maps here is the fact that we are seeing these storms have enough movement to them, enough speed, that we're not looking at a major flooding situation overall with these particular storms. What we've been dealing with for the most part is just this wind event, and then some of these the hail possibilities as well as it's been moving on through. So really beginning to get into the downtown Houston area. I know that we've got a couple different tower cams that we might be able to take a peek at that are in the downtown Houston area, because that's where we're just now really beginning to see some of these stronger storms. So I'm going to kind of zoom in here with our radar and really kind of get you in to inside the 610 loop here, and then maybe we can get one of our tower cams that we've had available to take a look at. This is our tower cam that's basically sitting in the Galleria area, and that 610 loop that's right there in front of you at the bottom of your screen. So this is looking more or less to the north, and see the lightning there beginning to light up the sky. Obviously there's plenty of water on the lens as well, so we've certainly been seeing the rain start to fire up here in the downtown Houston area, and this is again over in the Galleria as these storms come roaring in. And here's another one of our tower cams. This one's in downtown Houston, and it's sort of looking back towards the west a little bit. So it's looking back, not due west, but more northwest, back towards the stormy weather that's moving our direction. So should be a good way to kind of track some of those storms as they're moving on through. And when we take a look at the radar, you could just see again how quickly these are moving. These storms were initially sort of expected to be around in the time frame of between midnight and 2 a.m., but they've really just kept some speed together and continued to move on through. We had a little bit of a look at another one of our tower cams that we've got. I think that one was in the I'm not sure where that last camera was at that we were looking at, but looking at those. Okay, yeah, this is the one outside the studio. That's what we're looking at, the one on the tower. If you ever drive by and see that white tower by the Fox 26 studios, this camera is sitting up on top of there, so you could see it's looking back a little bit more in the easterly direction, so you're not able to see quite as much lightning with this one because the storms are coming in from the west, northwest, and we'll see that those storms will eventually roll on through and kind of cover things up a little bit. But man, this is just, again, a strong line of storms moving on through. Power outages, over 100,000 people without power. That's certainly going to create some problems. If you do have power right now, but you have some backup batteries, or you have some other backup plans, I think it's time to prep those, because we have been seeing some folks without power. Numbers continue to climb. We're now up to 124,000 people. These are just CenterPoint customers that we're talking about, 124,000 CenterPoint energy customers without electricity. This numbers continue to climb. Just a few minutes ago, it was at 110. So we racked up another 14,000 in just a few minutes. And we'll kind of keep an eye on that number as we're moving on through. We're kind of waiting until 12:45 to see what the National Weather Service is going to do with these two large severe thunderstorm warned areas that we find ourselves in right now. So as we take a look at the radar, you can see that we're beginning to get kind of to the edge of where that severe thunderstorm warning is extended to. So they're going to have to sort of reset these, and they were planning to do that at about 12:45. I want to just sort of see what we can kind of estimate or guess a little bit of where they'll be headed with this particular warning. I'm going to bring out our FutureCast product here and kind of get an idea what are we going to be looking at here in the next few minutes or so. If you're in the Memorial Park area, this is the strongest of these winds, and downpours are basically on top of you right now. Meadows Place, you're about 3 minutes away. Bel Air, West University Place, about 4 minutes, and this storm system is going to be on top of you. So if you're checking in with those areas, make sure you're being safe, and here comes that strong line. And talking about being safe, remember, with a severe thunderstorm warning like this, that is mostly focused on strong winds, you're going to use some of the similar techniques or similar safety precautions that you would in a tornadic event. And the primary one that you're going to do there is you're going to get away from the windows. You're going to get indoors. You're going to get on the ground floor. You want to move away from the windows. If you have an interior room that does not have windows, that would be the ideal place to be in. And sometimes that's a hallway, remember. It doesn't always have to be an actual room. If you have a hallway in which you can close the doors to rooms that might have windows, that gives you that protection of not being near those windows in case there's some problems that are kind of dealing with as far as those are concerned. So looking at these stronger storms as they continue to move through, they're definitely going to be something that we're dealing with. And they're still more organized from the downtown Houston area north. Let me turn my telestrator on here just a minute and sort of show you kind of what I'm talking about. These storms that are this direction, down to the south and the southwest, yeah, they're still heavy. They're still fairly strong, but they're not as strong and organized as far as the wind is concerned. Notice just sort of a general observation on the amount of lightning that we've got associated with these. There's just not as many lightning strikes out here towards Eagle Lake and Sugar Land, but when you're in downtown Houston and you start heading north to Atascocita and Cleveland, and look at this lightning count just continues to get more and more as we move up towards the Livingston area. That's where these storms are better organized. We don't always use lightning count to determine exactly what's happening within a storm, but in very general terms, you can sort of glance at that and get an idea of where the stronger storms are. If the storms are increasing in their strength, if that lightning keeps going up or if that number is going down. Those also kind of give us an idea of some of that happening. Well, as I was saying, we were waiting for 1245 to roll around and see if these warnings were going to be reissued. And it looks like we just had one get reset. This one's going to be for Montgomery County, Galveston, Liberty, San Jacinto, Brazoria, Chambers, Polk, Harris, and Fort Bend. It looks like that's a pretty big area. We'll wait until my computer can catch up and see that on the map for us. But there it is. They just updated that and popping up on the map. It's the same issues that we've been talking about. 60-mile-an-hour winds, possibility of some hail. Let's see what we've got here. A line extending from Chester to near Splendora to Memorial Park, all the way down to East Bernard. Slowed down now, moving about 25 miles an hour. And within this storm, there has been history of producing 45 up to 67 mile per hour gusts. Wow, I haven't seen that yet with a 65 mile an hour gust, but we're certainly seeing some of those stronger winds. This goes until 1:45. So because it's slowed down a little bit, they've extended that time frame a little as well. So I'm going to do a quick look here on where this is headed, and slowing down to about 25 miles an hour is what they said. And so it looks like San Jacinto City, you got about 11 minutes until that heavy downpour is right on top of you. Cloverleaf around 17, South Houston 19, Pasadena, that's a big incorporated area, 20 minutes away. And for the folks a little further to the north in Liberty County, Dayton, you've got about 24 minutes before those heaviest downpours are going to be right there on top of you, along with the gusty winds that are going to be kind of mixed in as well. So we want to make sure that you're ready for that and being safe for that. One more time, we're going to animate this. I'm going to back this out and kind of give everybody the bigger picture. There is some stronger downpours back toward the College Station area. You can see that on the map here, and that doesn't have the intensity, it doesn't have the wind, but it will definitely put some water down on the roadways. So make sure you're being safe if you're having to move around, and we would encourage you to not move around if you have that option. So I think we've kind of got everybody updated on the situation with this latest of the severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. Probably can take a break here and let you get back to the normal programming on Fox 26. I will just sort of zoom back in one more time, showing you that this is the current warning. It goes all the way until 1:45. So, that's almost an hour from now that this is still going to be out there. With that slowing down, maybe a little bit more of a threat of some flooding. I would think short-term street flooding is kind of what we're talking about. But with that slowing down, that's going to be able to drop a little bit more water on the ground. So keep that in mind if you're in that warned area or anywhere to the east of that line of storms. So we'll keep you updated. If something new develops, I'll jump back in here, let you know about it. But we'll let you go for now, and we'll plan to check in with you again later if it's as necessary. Well, good morning to you. I'm Fox 26 meteorologist John Dawson. We've got severe storms that are blowing through the Houston area right now. So I needed to jump on here and let you know about the latest severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued by the National Weather Service. And it's for all the same things that we've been talking about for the last several hours. Strong winds, possibly damaging winds, and some hail possibilities. So when we check in with the Fox Red Storm Seeker radar, you'll notice that there's a severe thunderstorm warning basically covering Galveston Bay and the areas around it. And that even includes all the way over into Brazoria County as well. This severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued is set to expire at 2:15. So this is going to be quite a bit, almost an hour away. A good 45 minutes away, at least, from this point as far as that warning is concerned. So Brazoria County is included into that. You've also, of course, got Galveston County in that, and you got Chambers County in there. And what we're looking at here is that these storms have begun to shift their direction just a little bit, where most of the time this evening I've been talking about the storms moving from directly west to directly east. We're now getting a little bit more of a southeast component in that. So notice in this warned area that it's kind of coming from the downtown Houston area, almost like they're parallel to Interstate 45, headed down to the coast now. And that's why this particular warning is a little bit shaped differently, because it includes the sort of newer movement on some of these storms that are out there. So again, it's kind of got a little bit of that southeast movement to it instead of the movement of the west to the east overall. All right, so I'm going to stop that animating here for just a minute, and it looks like we just got another severe thunderstorm warning issued. That's actually going to technically, Silsbee there, that's not technically in the Fox 26 viewing area, but that's just to the north of Beaumont. The same storms now moving even out of the Fox 26 area and creating some of those areas that we need to see that. I'm going to go ahead and I want to just sort of remind us again about this severe thunderstorm warning. It's kind of hard to see some of the shape of that here. I'm going to center that up for us. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 1:45, so only about 15 minutes left in this warning, and this warning is going to be focused mainly right now for the Baytown area and up into Liberty. That's where the stronger of the storms are still located. If you've been joining us in the last couple of hours or so, you know that we've had one of our photographers that was covering a story up in Huntsville this evening. And after he finished covering that story, he then was able to flip on his dash cam and start the drive home. So we've been following Raymond all the way from Huntsville back down Interstate 45. I believe he got on to 610 and or is either getting on to 610 now, and now beginning the journey around on the loop again. Can't help but notice that some of these street lights are not on. We've been talking about some power outages as well. Sometimes those street lights are off for other reasons besides a power loss, or either maybe just the lightning trips them. But it does look like this area does have quite a bit of power. But we have been reporting power outages, and I was talking to our digital team and I was informed that the overall count is around 180,000 that we're looking at right now. That would include CenterPoint Energy, but also the other companies that are around the Houston area that's not CenterPoint Energy. For CenterPoint Energy itself, you can see here from their numbers, from their website, 166,000, almost 167,000 customers without power at the moment. And so add in a few more from Entergy and some of the other areas around, and you get yourself that 180,000 number that I was talking about just a moment ago. So still getting a chance to see Raymond drive home in the rain. It looks like the rain has a lot less intensity involved, which that's good for him as he's making that drive. I'm going to kind of get this back into motion for us here just a moment, and I just kind of want to add in a few numbers that I've been able to get from the National Weather Service. We've talked about wind being one of the primary concerns with this particular storm system that we've got moving through, and looks like at Intercontinental Airport, I'm going to make sure I'm reading this right. Intercontinental Airport recorded a wind gust of 60 miles an hour. Now, this was earlier in the evening, and this was back around 12:30 when that happened. But there's those severe winds that we were talking about, a wind gust of 60 miles an hour. We also have, let's see, that's a marine warning. I'm going to skip the marine warnings. Here's another 58 mile an hour wind gust. This is going to be Lake Houston at FM 1960. That's Atascocita area, it looks like. So there was another 58 mile an hour gust. So that Atascocita is kind of close to the bay there. So sometimes those wind gusts can get up a little bit stronger. There was also a trained spotter in the Spring area that had a wind gust of up to 60 miles an hour. So those are some strong winds that will certainly create some problems, and that's probably one of the reasons why we're seeing some of those power outages, is that these winds have either knocked down a pole or knocked down a tree into some lines, branches, always a bit of a problem as well. So a lot of reports of those stronger winds have definitely come into the area, and we're still seeing some heavy downpours kind of coming along with that as well. And it does look like that this severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued from the National Weather Service is going to be focused around Galveston Bay. And so I'm going to take a moment and kind of time out a little bit for you on some of that. Those are moving it closer to 40 miles an hour, where we're seeing this system down along the coast. So here is our edge of our warned area. Going to send this at about 40 miles an hour. And so if you're in the Dickinson area, you're looking pretty clean right now, pretty clear. You're not having the stormy weather right on top of you, but within 9 minutes, I would expect some heavy downpours. And again, that lightning is going to catch up with you as well. Santa Fe, you got about 13 minutes before you're going to see those storms. And Anahuac, right there knocking at your door, about a minute out. Kemah, the same thing. Alvin, all getting ready to see some of these heavier downpours. And I do like the way this is looking as far as our lightning counter is concerned. We are seeing less lightning around Galveston Bay. As you go up towards East Texas, Liberty County, and up towards Lumberton and north of Beaumont, you see that lightning count higher and stronger. And that's one of those situations where those storms are a little bit more intense overall. And as you make your way back down towards the coast, Bay City, El Campo, you've got a little bit of lightning with those downpours, but it doesn't have that linear component to it that really helps build in those damaging winds, those strong winds that we've been kind of dealing with and looking at for most of the evening. So we'll see that come along as well. Getting a new report here in the Shenandoah area. That's Montgomery County. Looks like we've got a tree that was knocked down. Let me see if we've got any more information on that. A large tree has been knocked down, again, Montgomery County. So that's probably going to be something that we're hearing even more and more reports of, with all of these types of showers and storms that continue to move through the area. So I think I wanted to look at the power outage map one more time. We really feel like we've got a lot of this under control right now. We are still dealing with a little bit of those strong winds, and we certainly have the severe thunderstorm warning that's out. Let me get the warnings off and the lightning off. So again, when we look at the power outage numbers through my weather computer, we're not able to see I don't really count those numbers quite as accurate, quite as strong. It looks like we're at 61. So a little bit of improvement there overall. So when we look at the maps here, I don't feel as comfortable saying that all of my numbers are accurate. Sometimes they're getting fed in to some other areas, but it gives us the general idea of what I want us to know about the number of people without power. So this red shading here, again, a rough estimate computer-wise would tell us that in Harris County, we maybe have 130,000 people without power. Montgomery County would be next with about 40,000 people. And then when we get out to Liberty County, we drop significantly to about 5,500. So again, I'm not saying these numbers are completely accurate, but it gives us an idea, a representation of where people are without power. And I've been talking to our digital team again earlier, and I'm told that there's a lot of you out there watching right now who are on YouTube Live, who are watching our YouTube live feed. Because you don't have power and you're chatting about it, and I'm sorry that you're without power. I'm glad that you found us on YouTube. I do want to remind you that Fox Local is another great way to find us if you want to download that app. I'm glad you're there again on YouTube, but Fox Local, you're going to be able to get our content all of the time, even when it's not necessarily kind of a rain event. So just a kind of reminder there for you, something to think about as you maybe have a little extra time right now dealing with the loss of power and what you're kind of having the opportunity to kind of spend some time doing a little bit. Going to set this into motion. I'm going to back this up and show you that even up in the College Station area where the strongest of the storms have moved past, we're now beginning to see this little second wave of storms also kind of make its way through. And I haven't really shown a Futurecast product or talked about where we're kind of headed with all this. So I think maybe I'll take just a minute to sort of show you that and sort of give an idea of what we're talking about as far as the potential of what the rest of the day will look like for us here on Tuesday. So I've got our Futurecast product on here, and let's see if we kind of go through and what we're expecting here with our modeling. We're now sort of caught up. So by the time we get to 4 a.m., we're still looking at our Futurecast showing a fairly active radar. The strongest of the storms, I think, will be off of the coast. So that threat of damaging winds, maybe some hail, that sort of thing, that's going to be off the coast now. Not so much that we're going to be concerned with, but those heavy downpours are still going to be across the area. And, if you're trying to make it into work tomorrow morning, 7 to 9 in the morning, you're still going to be looking at some rain as something that you're going to be dealing with. But watch what happens with our modeling here as we move through in the afternoon hours. I like the way it gets where we get a break from some of these rains, from some of the showers and storms. We get to the afternoon, 2, 3 o'clock, and pretty much done with the rain. We get some cloud cover. I would definitely leave some isolated chances for some showers to sort of pop up, maybe a storm or two. But I do think the way the rain is going to work tomorrow is that we get it all in the morning and that lasting up maybe till lunchtime. And then it's much more of an isolated situation for the rain in the afternoon. And then we'll get into Wednesday and Thursday and keep rain chances, and we'll have some rounds of rain and waves that are moving on through, but I just don't think it'll be quite quite the same of sort of a scenario as what we've been seeing. I do think we've had an opportunity to kind of get us caught up on everything, so I'm going to take a minute to do a quick review, and then I'll let you get back to what you're doing here on this early Tuesday morning. But here's the picture of the showers and the storms as they're moving on through. I'm going to turn on the lightning counter now so you can see that those lightning numbers are kind of holding steady there in the 400 range. And then we'll get those warnings clicked on, and you can see that the warning that we're dealing with right now is going to be in the Harris County area, moving up into Liberty County, and then we have that newer one that's down along the south, starts at League City, and then kind of moves its way down toward the coast. So that's what we're expecting for the rest of the evening. I do think we probably will get another warning or so before this is over, but we kind of got things cleared out through the downtown Houston area for now. If needed, myself or Mike Itzkovitz will come back here and keep you updated. Chief Meteorologist Mike Itzkovitz is in the house. He's going to be able to monitor the radar and the information coming from the National Weather Service and keep you updated. And of course, we'll be here at 4 a.m. with Wake Up with Sally, Mike, and Lena. That's what I always like to call it. Wake Up with Sally, Mike, and Lena. That's coming up, of course, at 4 a.m. So if things get too quiet, you'll just have to wait till 4 until Fox 26 News fires back up again. All right. Enjoy the rest of the morning. And again, be safe. We still have the severe thunderstorm warnings for a reason. The damaging winds, the hail possibilities. Still best if you're in those areas to stay where you are until those pass, and then we'll be ready to take on tomorrow. And as I've talked about with our futurecast, I think we're going to get a break in the afternoon, but more rain headed our way later in the week. Just be ready for a more wet pattern than what we've been used to. All right, have a good morning, and we'll see you later, hopefully much later at 4 o'clock when we have the severe weather out of our area.
Hi there, everybody. I want to welcome you to our storm coverage here on Fox Local. We have seen everything sort of wind down across much of the area, but our areas of concern now remain Galveston County, Brazoria County, and Chambers County, and that's where we still have the threat for some significant winds in those areas, along with lots of heavy rain. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect down here for Galveston County. So that includes Texas City. It includes places like Hitchcock, Santa Fe, Dickinson, San Leon, Bay Cliff. And that's going to be in effect until 2:15 this morning. It also includes a little bit of Brazoria County. So Alvin, technically you are in this severe thunderstorm warning area, but I think really the worst of it has passed. Brazoria County over around places like Anahuac and Winnie. We also have some severe thunderstorms. Now, the National Weather Service has not issued a severe thunderstorm at this point for Brazoria County, for this area here around Danbury, Angleton, West Columbia. But it's pretty rough down there too. You guys are getting in on heavy rain and occasionally lots of lightning. I have been checking the rainfall totals here of what we've seen across the area, and some of it's been pretty impressive. So over the last 1 hour in Galveston County, you guys have had, let's see, around Dickinson, half an inch of rain in 1 hour. That's pretty heavy. We've had 3/4 of an inch of rain in 1 hour there, just off to the west of Bay Cliff. And let's see, Galveston, the rain is just reaching Galveston right now. If you guys are watching this from Montgomery County, lots of heavy rain, but the problem is you guys did have some gusty winds and a lot of lightning. So that has resulted in power outages there. Like I said, 40,000 folks without power in Montgomery County. The Woodlands and Spring and Shenandoah area, we did have a report of wind damage. Let me read you that report here. If you live in the Shenandoah area, did have this up, and let's see, in Shenandoah, there was a report of a trained storm spotter shared photos on social media of a tree snapped, branches near College Park south of Conroe. The wind speeds were estimated to be 75 miles per hour there near Conroe. And that happened at 12:15, so it's approximately 2 hours ago is when that happened. They list it as 3 miles west of Woodlock in Montgomery County. We also had a storm report here of a large tree knocked down 5 miles to the northwest of Shenandoah. So it's basically that same area, pretty close together. So, you know, probably 75 mile per hour winds there as well. So that's what's happening as far as power outages. When we take a look at what is going on the radar right now, let me go ahead and loop this for you. I'll give you a couple of loops so you can get a sense of the fact that things are sort of winding down. Slowly winding down, but definitely winding down. So this is a 30-minute loop, and over the last 30 minutes, good morning if you're watching us from Jackson County or even down around Calhoun County. You guys are welcome to our viewing area, by the way, Port Lavaca. Heavy rain from El Campo down to Bay City and Blessing, Texas, which is down there in Matagorda County. We also have most of Brazoria County covered with some heavy rain, frequent lightning and high winds, and Galveston County also getting in. Now here's what I'm going to do. So watch over here. What I want to do is I'm going to put up a, let's see, I'm going to use this product that's from a radar located in Pearland, and I want to track some wind speeds here for you because we could use what's called the terminal Doppler radar, and we will look at velocity. So it's going to look like a little bit of a mess here, but it will allow us, I can query this, click on it, and get an idea of how fast the wind is moving in these locations. So in Danbury, which is there in Brazoria County to the north and east of Angleton, 52 mile per hour winds at cloud level. So this is probably hitting maybe 1,000 feet above the ground, but that's probably pretty close to what we're seeing at ground level as well. This is over here around Santa Fe, 31 miles per hour. We could deal with that. Galveston Island, about 37 miles per hour. Jamaica Beach, about 37 miles per hour. So as that mixes down to the surface, you can get those types of wind gusts, on the ground. So again, 55 miles per hour right now around the Danbury area. This is not guaranteeing that that's actually hitting the ground, but it shows the potential that it will be. So that's moving away from the radar. And then over here, again, at cloud level, let's see, about 34 miles an hour. So that, although that's probably not mixing down to the surface, and I'll show you why here. When we take a look at the radar, you'll see that the thunderstorm activity has moved past. I should be wearing my glasses here. So here we go. So the high winds that we're seeing over here, at least above the ground, in Conroe, in the Woodlands, and Cypress, and these spots, is not accompanied right now by thunderstorms. So you guys are seeing pretty steady rain in northwest Harris County, over in the Katy area, and especially the Brookshire area, and even in Harris County. Pretty consistent rain is coming down right now with occasional rumbles of thunder, but not really that sort of up and down motion that happens with thunderstorm activity. Now, it's a different story down here in Galveston County, where we do have heavy rain coming down and some thunderstorm activity. This is places like Bayou Vista and Tiki Island, and heading down to Texas City, where it's really coming down in buckets. I'll tell you though, one thing that I'm happy to see is that, first of all, the severe thunderstorm warning has expired. It expired at 2:15 this morning, and the lightning strikes have really diminished. So zooming in here on Texas City and on the Hitchcock area, and right there along I-45, this is like mile marker 7 or 8, I think. We did have one lightning strike there. There was one lightning strike over, this is, let's see, that's in Chambers County. So one lightning strike there, and that's it. And then a bit more down here around Danbury and Liverpool, and then heading down 288 south. If you are checking in with us here around Lake Jackson, this is going to be headed in your direction. So let me loop the last 30 minutes, and let me turn off this. There we go. So here's a loop of the last 30 minutes, and I'll show you what we can do. We can kind of estimate where this thing is going by where it's been. So let me show you what I do here. If we draw a line here, and then we back the radar up, this is going to seem, let's say it's approximately right there, and then we can measure, okay, well, how far has it moved in the last 30 minutes? It's moved let's say 10 miles in the last 30 minutes. So if we put this ahead in time, we know that it's moving approximately 20 miles per hour. And if we get the direction of motion, it's kind of moving to the southeast. So I'm going to create what is called a squall track here, where we can see where this thing is going. So it's moving, let's say 22 miles an hour. So that gives us Richwood, Texas, in about 4 minutes. The rain and stormy weather is going to be arriving there within about the next 4 minutes. I've been to Richwood too. I went to Richwood Elementary School one time, so shout out to you guys. Although the kids I visited are probably 30 years old. Lake Jackson in about 4 minutes. Clute in about 9 minutes. Jones Creek not too far away from there, about 13 minutes from now. Oyster Creek 20 minutes. And the Freeport complex there, the Brazos Port complex, give it about another 23 minutes or so, and the heavy rain is going to begin. So, maybe you're working down there at one of those, like a Dow Chemical or something, and you're the only one watching us here on Fox Local, and when you want to let your coworkers know, like, hey, it's going to be getting pretty bad down here in about 20 minutes. I'm going to switch this over again to our what's called the terminal Doppler radar out of Hobby Airport. Sometimes it gives us a better view of what's happening here in Galveston County, and we can loop this over the last 30 minutes. That severe thunderstorm warning has expired, which means that the threat for high winds has also basically gone away for the most part. I do have here Facebook Live open. If you want to join me for Facebook Live, it's Fox 26 I don't know, whatever it's called. Mike Iskovitz, Fox 20. You just look up Mike. You know, how many Mike Iskovitzes are there? But we are taking some questions over there. You know, folks want to know what's happening in their neck of the woods. And here we go. What happened to my radar here? Oh, there we go. There we go, HGX radar. So here's what's been happening. And let me loop this over the next, maybe you went to sleep at 10 o'clock and you're wondering, like, what in the world happened? So this is the last 4 hours. This is the 4-hour loop here of how this squall line moved through. Now, part of our forecast yesterday was pretty good. So the forecast of this line coming in is, you know, turned out to be, I think, pretty much right on schedule as far as its intensity and its arrival. I know the forecast yesterday of that rain dropping down from the south was pretty awful. It was terrible, but cleared out nicely later on in the day, didn't it? But here's the bottom line. This line that's sweeping across is moving. So the worst of it tearing through the woodlands at, let's see, about midnight, 12:30, and so that knocked out the power in a lot of spots. So once again, if you're joining us, maybe if you just joined us, and I want to show you who's without power, because you may be wondering, you know, gosh, I'm not getting any power at my house. Harris County right now has, last time I checked, it was 120,000. Right now we're at 110,000. So started out with 130,000. Now we're back up to 110,000. Over in Jefferson County in the Beaumont area, 6,500. Montgomery County, you guys have 40,000 customers without power, only 3,000 in Fort Bend County, and about 400 down in Brazoria County, and in Galveston, 100. So it's not that big of a deal. But really it was the high winds. So again, if you're just joining us, I told the folks on Facebook Live before that there were 2 reports of wind damage, pretty serious wind damage in Montgomery County. Now, I don't know if homes were affected. I imagine at a minimum, this was probably responsible for knocking out the power, but we had a couple of wind reports. One was from the Conroe area. This is 3 miles west of Woodlock in Montgomery County, and it says at 12:15 a.m. this morning, a trained storm spotter shared photos on social media of a snapped tree near College Park south of Conroe. Wind speeds were estimated at 75 miles per hour. So that'll knock out power, definitely. Also, there was a thunderstorm report of a large tree down. This was 5 miles to the northwest of Shenandoah in Montgomery County again. So that's where it looks like some of the highest winds passed through. Now what we're left with here is it definitely still heavy rain, you know, not to minimize that. I'm sure it's unpleasant across Brazoria County and Galveston County, but we currently do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me check this and see if there are any special weather statements, because sometimes those will, there we go. Okay, so what we have is called a special weather statement, and let me read you the discussion here on that special weather statement from the National Weather Service. By the way, we're still under a severe thunderstorm watch across the area. That'll be canceled here in a little bit. But the special weather statement, let's see. Okay, here we go. So this is what the National Weather Service is saying as of 3 minutes ago. Strong thunderstorms will impact southeastern Wharton County, southeastern Jackson County, Galveston County, parts of Chambers, Brazoria, Matagorda, and southeastern Harris County through 3:30 a.m. this morning. At 2:23 a.m., which of course was just 4 minutes ago, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line from Gilcrest to Schick Point. Have you ever heard of Schick Point? I haven't. I mean, I assume it's down around Port Lavaca. I'll have to look that one up. Movement east to southeast at 35 miles per hour. The winds are gusting right now up to around 40. So if you were watching a moment ago, you notice I was showing you how we were tracking the wind speeds using radar out of Pearland, and it looked like it was about 35, 36 miles per hour. So the Weather Service is saying about 40 miles per hour. And the impact is gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. It probably, you know, like if it's trash day, that kind of thing. And it also will have potential, if you get a tree branch knocked down, then that could knock out the power, right? So that is going to be a concern here from Chambers County through an area from around League City down to the coastline, and then Angleton down to Freeport, and then southern parts of Wharton County down to around Bay City. So just to wrap things up here, folks, because I'm going to go ahead and just let you all know that this severe threat for the most part is over. Sure. Yeah, the severe threat for the most part is over. I would say if you're watching us from the lovely rural areas of southern Jackson County or the Palacios area, and you're getting ready to do some fishing early this morning, you're going to have to delay that trip down there on Matagorda Bay. We have some rough stuff that is headed in, and we could actually, let's see, we could track some of this farther up the coast. We actually have a storm tracker tool here. Let me click on this. This is near the community of Hoskins. Never been to Hoskins, but it is between Danbury and the coastline. So this storm says it's moving to the east at 17. The BTI, so that's the Barron Tornado Index, is a 3. So it runs on a scale from 3 to 10. So it just means it's, you know, tornadoes are not expected with this one. But we can track the velocity product. So this is the storm relative velocity. And what's important to see here is that we do not see any areas of rotation that I can see right now. So that's definitely a good sign. Let me get you a wind speed here real quick too. We can put this on velocity mode and click on some of these storms that are down here in Brazoria. I have a feeling that this is going to be about, I'm predicting this is about 35 before I click on it. 45, well, that was close. So that's why the Weather Service is warning here about potential 40-mile-per-hour winds, because at cloud level here, where we're hitting with the radar, it's about 43 to 51 miles per hour. So if you're in a thunderstorm, if a thunderstorm comes through, that sort of momentum transfers down to the surface. And so if you're down there, now this is relatively rural area, but that being said, hopefully some of you are watching us from down there, because this is, you know, really cool kind of farmland. You know, I have a friend down here in Liverpool that's got a farm and getting slammed right now. You guys always seem to get terrible weather down there, like really rough weather in Brazoria. So anyway, this is moving toward the coastline. All of it is making its way toward the coastline at approximately 40 miles per hour at this point. Let me turn off all this so it looks a little bit less messy. Turn off my sweep arm here and put this into motion over the last 30 minutes, and we'll get an idea of where this has moved here over the last 30 minutes. And so it's making the stuff that's down there hitting you guys in Texas City will be moving away. I mean, it's going to take a while. I would say it's going to be at least 30 more minutes until the heavy stuff starts. It's going to get heavier for you in Freeport. In fact, it's just getting ready to move in Freeport. And then we also have some heavy activity that's moving right into Matagorda Bay. So again, don't head out there and do that fishing trip early this morning. If you happen to be watching us on Fox Local from over here in far East Texas, or maybe out here in Calcasieu Parish in Louisiana, or maybe up to around DeQuincy and the Leesville area over in Louisiana, this is some pretty rough stuff, and you do have a severe thunderstorm warning for you. This is in effect until 3:15 this morning for Calcasieu, which is Lake Charles. And so that's what we got going on. Now, those of you who are watching us from the Woodlands, Conroe, Humble, you know, Jersey Village, even Sugar Land, you're going to hear some occasional rumbles of thunder, but the severe stuff is over with. It's going to stay really unpleasant. Later this morning, for the morning commute, it's going to be really soggy. I don't think we're going to have severe weather for the morning commute, but it's going to stay pretty unpleasant out there, to say the least. So it's going to be a rough go of it. Kids are going back to school. You know, we'll have the school buses out there and all that. Not all kids are going back to school. I know some kids are, you know, have finished their school year. So congratulations for you. So, all right, to summarize here, what I'll do is, so our news starts at 4 a.m. That's Wake Up with Sally Mack and Lena. I can see Sally Mack over there right now. Sally, how was your drive in? Wet?
Very slick.
Very slick, she says.
I went under the speed limit and I still
Yeah.
got caught on some slip spots.
Okay, so Sally says she's under the speed limit and still slipping and sliding around out there. And I agree, because when I came in too, I was going probably 10 miles an hour under the speed limit, and some maniac was tailgating me and then like zipped around me. And I'm like, dude, we're like under a severe thunderstorm warning here. And it was not a Ram 1500 either, no offense. It was, I think it was a Sonata. Like,
I-10 East is closed, too.
I-10 East is closed?
At Waco.
For what?
Accident.
Okay, so I-10 East at Waco is closed. Eastbound. Okay, so outbound due to an accident. So keep that in mind if you are traveling over there. And we're going to go ahead and wrap this up here, guys, because you know, like I said, I think I've said all, basically all I can say. You know, maybe text your friends if they are working down at Dow Chemical. Let them know that we got some heavy stuff coming in. Text your friend, the fisherman down at Palacios. Let him know it's going to get rough, or her. Let them know it's going to get rough for a while. And everybody else, just gear up for a pretty yucky morning commute. Tell your friends about Fox Local. Download it for your smartphone, for your smart TV, and we will have another update for you potentially at 3. If you don't see me at 3, it means that conditions are better. I'll put it that way. Okay? Or if you do see me at 3, we'll do a quick update for you. And then, of course, Wake Up with Sally Mack and Lena coming up at 4. Your director for this hit has been Angel Zamora, so we will thank him. He's over there. And see you again here soon. Be safe out there. Drive slowly and avoid the maniacs. See you in a little bit. All right, good early morning to you, or maybe good late evening to you. I'm meteorologist Mike Iskovitz here, tracking what's left of some severe thunderstorms. And I say that because most of the area has just sort of regular rain coming down right now, although it is pretty dicey approaching coastal areas of southeast Texas. No severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect right now, but we do have some kind of borderline severe strong storms along coastal sections of Brazoria County and Matagorda County down to the southern and southwestern portions of Matagorda Bay. So let's take a look at FoxRad radar right now, which has been tracking. What I have here is a loop of the last 3 hours. If you're just waking up and checking in with us here and wondering what the heck happened overnight, well, we did have that expected line of thunderstorms pass through. It began at around 11. Let me go ahead and back this up here just a little bit so we could look. Let's back it up 6 hours here so you can kind of get a sense of what happened if you went to sleep. So started out there with really rough weather around Austin and tore its way through here, arriving to places like Montgomery County with severe thunderstorm warnings and lots of power outages. And so I could track that here for you as well. I don't know if maybe you're watching us on your phone here because you don't have power, but this is the latest look at, at how many places are without power right now. So we can click here on Harris County, and last time I checked, there was about 100,000 customers without power right now in Harris County. Montgomery County is 38,000 customers, which is important because the population of Harris County is much bigger, so the percentage is higher there in Montgomery County. Fort Bend County right now not as hard hit, 2,500 folks without power. It's about 1,500 in Liberty County, 200 in Chambers County, about 200 in Galveston, and 500 in Brazoria County. Waller about 100. So that's what's happening right now. This is primarily a Harris County and Montgomery County event. Now, like I mentioned here, the percentages up there in Montgomery are pretty high. So about 10% of the county is without power right now up there in Montgomery. So back to the radar we go, and we'll zoom in on a couple of spots that are sort of the trouble spots right now. And we are looking at primarily here Galveston County, Brazoria, and Matagorda. Now, this is not nearly as strong as it was about an hour ago, hour and a half ago. We had lots of severe weather, severe thunderstorm warnings, very high winds across the area. In fact, speaking of high winds, let me show you this. This is the latest look at the latest wind gusts. So Anahuac recently measured a 51 mile per hour wind gust. Now, earlier overnight, we had winds that were gusting to an estimated 75 miles per hour up around the Conroe area. Right now, a lot of that has moved away, and you're sort of calmer. It's just that it continues to come on down as far as the rain is concerned. So let's look at a couple of spots here, taking you down here to the Freeport area, the Brazos-Port area. Not that much in the way of lightning coming down right now, but that rain is definitely coming down in buckets. In fact, the rainfall rates, we can click on this and get a check of the rainfall rates and how fast the rain is coming down. And we have about 2 inches per hour. So this area right here, Oyster Creek, about 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. Doesn't mean that you're going to get 2 inches of rain, but it means that's how fast it's coming down. And also a slight chance for a little bit of hail coming down around Freeport and heading down to Quintana Beach. So we got a couple things going on there. Nothing really super severe, but certainly nothing really pleasant to experience either. The lightning strike count I have here at the top of the screen. So we've only had one lightning strike there. So that indicates it's not a severe thunderstorm, but it is definitely coming down here. Now, a lot of places like League City and Dickinson, the heaviest rain has passed, but we still have thunderstorms that are lingering behind the main line of rain. And this is going to be moving toward Hitchcock and toward around Texas City. Let's go ahead and put this in motion here over the last 30 minutes, and I'll show you kind of where these things are headed. It is going to stay wet, really, for the majority of the morning commute. Because even if you look out here, well out to the west, out to the west of Katy and Sealy and Brenham and all these spots, we still have this other batch of rain that's going to be coming in. So, we're talking about, all this stuff that's here is still moving, in this direction. So we're not completely done with everything by a long shot, but the severe weather chances really are diminishing. As far as what we're seeing in Houston right now, all of the bayous are within their banks. So we didn't have rain at all that was heavy enough to cause bayou flooding. What we did have, though, was some street flooding. Most of that has subsided, but all of our streets are slick, and we still do have some heavy rain coming down right now. For example, we could zoom in here just right around downtown Houston. And let's see, Riverside Terrace and Foster Place and Edo getting in on some heavy rain right now. Nothing severe. And then over here we have a nice healthy batch of rain around Roslyn and heading back over, not too far away from the Aldine area, Aldine Westfield. So that is one of the places we're watching, but certainly the heaviest of the rain is down here near the coastline. And notice here how all this is moving away from the coast, and that's what's bringing the strong wind gusts with it as well. So let me just show you that. So all of this is the heavy stuff. It's all building back down here toward the south, which is taking those wind gusts of 50 miles per hour or so with it back out here to sea. So even though there's some rain that's going to be lingering behind it, the severe weather is moving away, and at this point I think we do still have what is called a severe weather statement. And that is, right there for coastal areas. So what that means is that this is from the National Weather Service, that they are warning in this large area here. You see this big area from Bay City to Lake Jackson, Angleton, and even back over here to Galveston, Texas City and League City. What they're warning is that there still may be some wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour and some small hail at times. For example, maybe over there in Matagorda County, let's say right around here. That's near the South Texas nuclear plant, by the way, and between Palacios and Bay City. Watch out for maybe some small, maybe pea-sized hail that's coming out of that location. Otherwise, it is some gusty winds that are still taking place. And as far as what we're seeing elsewhere, up here around Conroe, I do want to let you know, let me go ahead and back this up. So this is the last 4 hours. You can see, bam, right there. It was at about 12:05. And I got a couple of reports I want to tell you about. And we will get more damage reports, by the way, as the morning wears on. But there was a trained storm spotter that shared photos on social media of a snapped tree near College Park, which is just south of Conroe. The wind speeds were estimated at 75 miles per hour, 75-mile-an-hour winds. And those are straight line winds, so that wasn't a tornado. And then another report near Shenandoah, which of course is up there in Montgomery County, not too far away from the Woodlands, of a large tree knockdown. Now these are just, overnight reports are going to get hard, kind of hard to turn in here. If something happened at 12:15 a.m., we're not going to know the full extent of some of these, some of the damage reports until, until daylight and so forth. But like I said, we do still have about 10% of Montgomery County without power at this hour. It does seem to be improving, though, by the way. I have been keeping an eye on some of the CenterPoint Energy and Entergy reports, and it does look like it's getting better. So anyway, that'll do it here for this update. Wake Up with Sally Mack and Lena begins at 4. So we'll see you then. In the meantime, what I would tell you is to anticipate a very wet morning commute, especially the early morning commute. And then later today, believe it or not, I think we're going to see the return of some sunshine and high temperatures near 90 degrees and probably very steamy as well. So be careful out there, guys. Try to drive below the speed limit and stay away from the folks that are going way above the speed limit because they're out there. I'll see you at 4 or get some sleep either way.